Hi folks, and welcome back. Today we are going to be sewing my simple applique hand paws. This is actually a modified version of my 5-finger puffy paws. So if you're sewing that pattern, it's very simple. This just takes out the shape of paw pad and makes it applique instead. One thing I have done for this is I have also changed the shape of the paw pad slightly just to suit this character. So we're going to be following through the basic assembly order that is included in the PDF. It's not a full instructional PDF, but there are some basic instructions on it. So to start with, you are going to want to cut all your pieces out. I've already done that, as you can see. The instructions work on the principle that you're working from one type of fabric and cutting the the palm side of your paws out of one piece. I've changed the length of my fabric, so mine's in 2 pieces. So what we're going to do is stick all these bits to the side here. Don't forget to label your paw pads too, not paw pads, your finger pieces. You can't see it because mine's very tiny, but mine's are all labelled with left and right as well. So when it comes to applique paws, you want to have your paw pads drawn on the reverse side, on the fur backing as well. You're not actually going to cut these out. These are going to stay in place. You will cut a wee slit in order to stuff the paw pads for Mochi, but you don't have to do that. You can just leave them flat paw pads as well. So, because I need to sew this together, I am going to cut the bottom of this out. Just double check. I don't remember if I put seam allowances on this or not. I did not. That's okay, I can add them now. So, if you cut out any of the further guidelines on the pattern, you will need to add your own seam allowance in. It's easy enough. Just make sure you cut it with the seam allowance rather than without, or your paw will, this side will end up shorter than the outside. So with applique, you don't want to cut this out. You want these edges on here so you've got room to manoeuvre. Actually, let's do this one. So you can either use a scalpel, a craft knife, a tiny pair of scissors to cut out your fur. I usually use tiny scissors, but today it's a craft knife. Side. Whatever you do, you don't want to cut the fur fibres though. That's the important part. These scissors are not that great. Let's see if this set does it. I need to go and sharpen my scissors. So this is just so I can sew this bit to here. You might hear the cats. They're in the other room, but they can hear me. Okay. So you can machine sew these, or you can hand sew them. The preference is up to you. I'm going to be machine sewing mine today. And now we're going to cut the fur out of this little corner so it doesn't get in the way, because this is part of the seam allowance. It's not actually going to show on the outside. Now be hand sewing this seam though, because this is quite a fiddly one. There it is. Just looking for my tiny scissors. Or my other tiny scissors. Can never have too many pairs of scissors. Okay, so I am just whip stitching this together. You can blanket stitch if you want, but whip stitch is perfectly fine and serviceable. Regardless of which stitch type you use, you will occasionally want to add in some knots as well. Even with blanket stitch. Blanket stitch is a decorative stitch. So you still do need to add knots to that occasionally as well. The other thing I like to do as well when it comes to sewing seams in this sort of area is I like to stitch the seam allowance down after I've finished stitching the seam. This just makes it flatter. It reinforces it as well because you're filling the stitch back down. And it just makes it more comfortable for the wearer. So I'm not sure how long this is actually going to take me to assemble these balls completely, but I'm hoping it takes no more than 4 hours. Whether or not that actually happens is another thing. Okay, so you can see this naturally wants to lay pushing down, So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to sew it in this position. What this also does is if you look on the other side, if you point the fur direction in the opposite way, so have the seam point that way and sew that down, that makes the fur here point this way, but we want it to point that way. So instead of sewing the seam down facing towards the fingers, we sew it down facing away from the fingers. This, in this particular case, just wants to naturally lie in that position. I do have a storm right now, so you might be hearing that as well. So again, we just use a whip stitch to fill this edge down. You can also, as well, if you or your client is particularly sensitive to touch, add a piece of fleece that runs across the seam. It's not necessary, but it's just a nice thing to do. So I don't know if you can see that there, but that's a lot flatter than that is. If you use a thread colour that matches your fur or is pretty close to it as well, that'll help this look a lot neater as well. So these paws won't be lined today, the paws tomorrow will be. also just going to cut the end of this seam allowance off. This doesn't actually have any effect on the actual paws, and the same on the other side. Okay, that's one done. Now to do the second. So that looks like that when you're done. Now if you've actually left your thread long enough at the end, instead of starting a new thread, you can just go back. It's a wee bit more tricky to do, but okay, if it comes to that you actually need to add some more thread in, do a knot, and then what you want to do is you want to weave your needle through the seam allowance. Pull it through and then chop it. Well, and then chop the thread off. That just protects your tail ends. And it means if somebody's sticking their hand in, they can't scratch it away. That's both of them done. So at this point, if you're sewing claws, you should go and sew them because you need them for the next step. So I'm not putting claws in these, so I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is start pinning for the applique. Now you'll need pins for this. If you've got a embroidery hoop, you can also use that, but you'll want to find the direction of your paw pad fabric. This is difficult. I believe it's this way. So one thing to double check is you're actually putting your paw pad fabric down the right way. This is pile side up, and you don't want that. You want pile side down because you want the pile to still be on the outside. So I'm just going to move this out the way. So the fabric on the other side can easily get caught up. So after you've finished pinning, turn it over and look, see what you've pinned, because it's very easy to get tucks and things like that in it. If you're smart, you'll have an embroidery machine and you can just program this in. But I don't have one of those, so we're doing manual. Okay, what I'm gonna do is, there is a certain level of wastage when it comes to working with applique, because you want to have excess. I've not finished pinning that yet. Just getting this one ready as well. Okay, put this fabric to the side. So one of the saving graces with Mochi is that it's stretchy. But that's also one of the annoying things about it too. You don't want the fabric underneath to be loose. You want it stretched a little bit. You also want to have pins in between the fingers too. I don't have enough pins, so I'm actually using sewing needles. But if it works, it works. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this up a little. That's gone down a wee bit too far. So in terms of thread colour, use one that matches as close as you can. I don't have blue thread, so I'm using white. That's a bit better. Yeah, so I'm using white thread. White thread is perfectly fine. Because you're not going to see it against how shiny the Mochi is. You don't have to use Mochi either. You can use Minky. Can use, technically you can use things like fleece and felt as well, but they're not going to be as hard wearing. You can use things like vinyl, pleather, that's annoying. I have to do that again. It's now too far over that side. if I had gone ahead, pinned that and then started sewing and then discovered after the fact that it wasn't in the right area, I'd be pretty mad. So double check. It can be annoying to double check and triple check and quadruple check, but it means you're still going to be in the right area. Now you are going to remove these as you sew because some of them will get in the way. Some people like to do a series of pins radiating out from the paw pad. Some people like to use an embroidery hook and some stabilizer. There we are. Okay, from pin side. So, if I'm thinking, if I'm smoothing this out, you can see that's a big tuck there. You don't want that. So back to the other side, move your pin over, check again. Here's another one. One down here. That'll be both of these two. Just keep doing it until everything runs smooth. Oh, that one's done. Don't think I've got enough pins left. No, there's a couple. I'll get some more on the other side. Okay. Now, if we compare these two, that's a lot smoother than that. So you can see again, there's excess that we want to smooth out. Start on this side. that's done. So now I'm going to put that to the side. Next, I am going to start sewing the fingers together, so I can speed this up a wee bit. Let's see Murphy meowing on the door next door, if you can hear him. You're not getting in, cat. Nope. I know. Right. I'm not opening the door, cat. You're not allowed in here. I haven't given him his mid-morning hug yet. Not today. So you want to go ahead and make sure you've got all the excess fluff off your pieces. You can also trim the seam allowances to take the fur out the seam allowances as well. I'm not going to do that today, but if you want it to look seamless, you can do that. He's still going. Oh, sorry cat, not today. I'm not doing it. That's not happening, cat. He's trying to open the door from the underside now. Oh. Yes, I know. Gonna have to move him on a wee bit. He's just gonna keep meowing at me. Look, I see you. You're not getting in, okay? You go have a sleep. He's very insistent. Usually what I'll do is I'll sit with the door open and he can see me. Not today. Okay, so you want to look at your pattern. So at the top here, the number of the finger, number on the finger corresponds to the number up here. If it's green, it's number 5. That means it's a thumb. This blue line here means that we are going to sew all of these fingers together and make it into one big finger and then sew that one big finger to here. So I'm going to do that just now. So number 5 is a thumb. Make sure your thumb's pointing the right way. So I've got an X on this one. Which means is this? Is this side? Yeah, this is the right way. That was convenient. Okay, so I always tend to do the thumb first because it's the easiest, and that gets that out the way. The other thing you want to do as well is to snip down to that line. That's this line here. You want to snip down to that because that's part of the length of the thumb. Didn't do it fully on this one. We're going to machine sew these, nice and easy, nice and fast. Okay, so those will stick to the side just now. And now, okay, so I'm gonna go one on the other side. 4, 2, 3, 2. Okay, so on the pattern, as it lays out, this top row is how it is with the pattern facing up. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then flipped over, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for the other side. So what I'm going to do is I have marked where the pieces line up here. It is also colour coded on the pattern. So this sweet area here is the red bit. So you will sew, it's just about an inch. There's a mark on there to show you when to stop, and then we're going to sew 2 and 3 together at their little notch mark as well. So I always pin these together completely and sew them all in one. So it looks kind of like a weird star. The gusset between 3 and 4 is curved, so that's a bit easier to see for where you sew. So these wee bits that I'm sewing just now, well, what I will be sewing, are gussets. They give room for your fingers. Mine just tend to be marked usually, so this, as you can see, that gives height to the finger, so you're not just doing a flat shape. It's going to go in between your fingers too. So if I do this, you'll be able to see that gives a lot of height. So there is gussets on all the fingers. Not on the thumb, but on the fingers. So when this is all sewn together on the fingers, the shape that's left over makes the blue shape. The blue shape, the blue line that's up here. on the top side of the paws. Okay, so they are ready to sew together. Okay, so in terms of stitch length you should do, my machine is normally either between a 3 and a 2 on terms of stitch length. Sometimes I'll just put it on 2. My tension's a wee bit weird on this machine, it's not the greatest. Your seam allowance is roughly about 3 to 4 millimeters on this. It is marked on the pattern, so you will be able to see. I'll move this needle. Oh, that's strange. Oh, that's why. I had it on the wrong stitch setting. I was zigzag stitching yesterday. Okay, so you want straight stitch. See if I can make this easier for you guys to see. Don't know if that's any better. Move some things out of the way for this to be a bit more comfortable. Okay, so back stitch at the start and the end, and we're going to stitch these all in a order. Oh, sorry. See if we can get this to focus. Oops. Okay, so it's just very small ones, small seams we're doing just now. Tiny, tiny. Okay, so that's gonna look roughly like this. So we've not sewn the triangles of the finger together yet, the darts, but we will do it after this. If you're sewing claws, you want to sew those claws in before you sew up the fingers to the body. It's just easier to do when they're smaller. Okay. Now to sew the thumbs on. Same seam allowance. Okay, now what we want to do is pin these darts for the fingers shut. So because I've not trimmed the seam allowances here, these are going to be a little visible. I'm doing that intentionally though. This is a lion. These are going to be for. Okay, I'm gonna sew these ones before I sew them to the body, or well, in this case the top side. So this is easier to do if you do it before you stitch the fingers together. But you can do it either way. Alright, mix and match. So you can see how these fingers are going to form when I put the gussets in. Have them point it down. So it's like that. So you can see how they make a lot of room for your fingers. It's also easier as well if you actually have short fur on the tops of your fingers. You've got less bulk to sew through and fight. Okay, that's those pinned, and now we're going to sew them. So if I was sewing claws in, I would do these seams by hand. The way I sew claws is I basically leave the base of the claw. I'll sew a circle on that. If the paws are getting lined, I will just leave it open and I'll just sew it as sort of like a wee pocket, and they'll get stuffed when the paws get stuffed. But today we're not doing that. You could also glue claws in after the fact. And I've got a cat on the other side of this door staring at me through the window. He's staring rather intently. I say cat, it's technically a kitten. He's 10 months old. Okay, you can see when we turn that on the right side out, it's a nice ball, nice finger shape. Okay, you also want to check your seams as you go. just in case you sew something off. The other thing we will be doing as well is sewing these down on the fingers, these seams, but that'll be after. If I can, I like to sew down my seam allowances, just because it makes things on the inside flatter. It does also act as a sort of reinforcement. It's not necessary, but I like to do it. Jump on top of the door. He's got a fascination with running along the tops of door frames at the moment. The door's shut, so he shouldn't be able to, but if you hear a clatter, he's attempted it. Yep, he attempted it. He's knocked something down. Yep, he knocked everything on my computer table down. Tomorrow I will be locking them out of the computer room. I have gone into destruction mode. So the other thing I'm going to do with these fingers as well, I remember, is I'm going to cut off the fur at the edge here. So that the seam allowances are free of fur at that point. Just makes it easier later on. Double check the other seams. Yeah, they're fine. actually backstitch that or not? I don't think I did. I'm gonna tie this one. Don't think I backstitched the top of that. Okay. Now we get to put the fingers on. I'm going to make sure that we've actually got the right side. What number is that? 3. Okay, so 3 is here, so 3 is there. That's this side. That's convenient. Managed to get that on the same side. Okay. So the middle of the fingers where you sewed that gusset, they line up to the notch that's on the top side. If it goes over, that's okay. You're going to ease it in. And you'll want to use a needle. See. And do a tacking stitch. Just need to find my sewing needle. I've pinned it in. So one of these. Is it this one? Yeah, it's in this one. Just a couple tacking stitches. That's all you need. Alright, you can go ahead and you can do it without tacking stitches, but my presser foot likes to shift things a little, so I tack everything. Takes a wee bit longer, but it means my fingers line up. So I tack that on either side of the finger gusset. And I do it on the ends as well. I do this with both hands and feet. I would rather take that few extra moments to tack things than have it shift and me either having to, well, basically put up with it or redo it. So I would rather do a couple of tacking stitches. Okay, so that's one side tacked. You'll be able to pin easier if they have been tacked as well. So you can see that as like a wee bit, oops, a wee bit of a curve there. That's straight, that's okay. We just push this in and that eases this along the entire seam. Do the same for this one. They do line up, it's just that the seam allowance obviously on the finger is bigger at the outside edge than it is on the top side. So this just makes sure that where we're actually sewing is where we're meant to be sewing. Okay. So it looks a wee bit dorky just now, but it'll be better when it's sewn. Now we'll do the next side. So my tacking stitch is literally just me anchoring the stitch and then doing a knot. So I'll line it up to where that notch was on the first finger, put it in, anchor it by going through the loop at the tail side, and then put it through, wrap it around 3 times, and then pull the needle out. And I'll do that on either side of the finger. So another reason that's good to tack these here is because you'll also be sewing through the seam allowances and the gussets. That can sometimes cause your footer to shift. And they end up squint. Which is kind of annoying when it happens. But hey ho. So this is just going to be sewn as one long line. It's also the nature of paws that you'll spend half your life pinning them. Okay. Now, time to sew them down. Okay. What you want to do is you want to have all the fingers on top, so you can see where the bulk is, and have the top side sitting on your machine. So because we've because we've tacked this, that edge is not going to go anywhere when we sew this down. It's going to cooperate and behave. So you're going to want to gather the finger material in your hand. So it's kind of like that. And then sew around. I'm sorry if you can't see this very well. It's a bit fiddly. Is easier to hand sew this seam. Because you're trying to fit less bulk under a footer. But you can also machine sew it like I'm doing. Okay, we'll have to trim off this wee bit of seam allowance as well. Oh, not seam allowance, this wee bit of fur from the seam allowance too. At the end. That's okay. If you trimmed the fur at the seam allowances before starting, you won't need to do that. So that, when it's all sewn together, will be nice. So, time to do the next one. Okay. Okay, now we get to do another bit of hand sewing. Okay, so that's the fingers sewn onto the top side. Now, this isn't necessary, but again, I like to do it. So you can see how this seam is sticking up here. I don't like that, so I stitch that down. And what that also does, if we turn this round, and I get the right number of fingers in here. So you can see this is sticking up like that. When we stitch that seam down, well, fell the seam allowance down, it points the fur at the end this direction. So that's why I like to do that. Okay. Won't take too long. Again, I also use a whip stitch for this. It's my favourite stitch. And I'm just going to start at the thumb. So you'll notice as well, when on the thumb especially, you can see the seam allowance is like a step. That's normal. What you're just going to do is chop off that excess, and then you don't need to worry about it. Doesn't need to be a super tiny whip stitch, just enough that it holds the seam allowance down. Because these paws are unlined as well, when you put your fingers in, you can catch that. It's just a wee bit annoying, whereas when you do that, it's nice and smooth. It's just a personal preference for me. You don't have to do it. So there are some areas that you don't want to do this kind of tacking. That's usually on vertical seams. When you've got horizontal seams, they work best for this kind of stitch. Also, if this is the first time you're actually going to sew these paws, I would not recommend tacking down your seams. You might want to make changes to the pattern, and if you want to alter your paws, you have to undo this before you can change the stitch. forget to bury your thread. Or rather, weave in your ends. Okay. You can see how flatter that sits in comparison. On the other side, it's now pointing that way. Just check this wee bit. Okay, next one. Okay, that's that done. So we can put these to the side now, because that's the top side all sewn together. So when it's on a hand, it's gonna look something like this. Nice, fluffy. Now we get to sew the applique paw pads. Right, so same stitch settings, you don't need to change anything. Make sure everything's smooth, especially with the Mochi, and you're just going to place this under the footer and start sewing basically. You only need a straight stitch. You don't need to do a zigzag or anything like that. You don't need a million stitches on here. Something simple. You just need it to hold the fabric together. So you can go super fast if you want. It's better to go slow, but I shall crack on. So you're going to follow the lines that you've drawn on for your paw pads. Pivot as you need. Remove pins as you need as well. Just don't forget to put your footer back down again after pivoting. So you don't need to remove after every paw pad. However, it's good to check what you've done. Okay. And you can also remove the extra pins from beside them as well. So another thing you can do with this is you can bring your tails through to the back side and tie them as you go. That'll just make things a wee bit more secure. Just double check you've not made any mistakes there. I'm going to be stuffing these with some Mochi stuffing. So these are going to be pretty chunky. Which reminds me I should probably see where I put it. Oh, there it is. So this is Mochi stuffing. This is from Daiso. As I don't live in Japan or America, I think Daiso is also in America now. As I don't live in either of those places, I have to import this. So if you want to buy Mochi, there's a couple different places you can get it actually. In the UK we've got this store called Neo Trims. They sell 28 colours, I think it is. If you go on AliExpress, there's a site called Hoppen, well, a shop called Hoppen, Hoppen. They sell like 300 colours of Mochi. Obviously, you can also get it in Japan. There's a couple of different online stores. I don't know them off the top of my head because I either go to Hoppen or Neo Trims. But for Mochi stuffing, you can also get that from Hoppen. You might also be able to hear my neighbour next door. He's building a shed right now. Always fun. Let's see if that's good. Yep, that's also good. I think I can remove some more of these. So now we're making progress. So I'll just chop this one off. Some of these seams on the paw pads, like around here, are going to get hidden in the seam allowances. No tucks yet. There's always usually at least one. Okay, now for the big one. Paw pad. I think what I might do is add some extra lines on the paw pad, but I'll see. One thing I forgot was to pull this out. I've accidentally sewn over the tail. No tucks, yes. Okay. So that's one side sewn. Let's get the rest of these pins out. So I don't stab myself. Okay. This is gonna look quite cute. So there's one wee thing there that I've gone over on the wrong side. However, that's okay because that's getting hidden in the seam allowance that bit, so that doesn't matter too much. But yeah, I'm gonna make these massive if I can. So I won't be stuffing these yet. I'll leave that until after they've been sewn together from the top side and the palm side. So now that's done, let's stick that there, and we're going on to the second one. So I'm going to start with palm this time. Hi Tabby Cat, I'm not too bad. How about you? This wee bit's causing me a bother. It's not wanting to come through fully. So I am hoping to finish these before 2 PM. Whether or not it happens is another thing. But the thought's there. There is a hope. That one turned out quite nicely. I like that one. Okay. Now on to the army of fingers. So I've done one side of the fingers already. I just need to do this side and then trim them up. The one biggest tip I've got for working with Mochi is when you actually like put it down, like for applique paw pads anyway, stretch it. If you stretch it, it makes it more smoother when you sew it down, and you don't have as many tucks or things like that. So far I haven't had any tucks today so far, but now that I've jinxed myself, this will probably be the one I get a tuck on. I do really like making tongues out of Mochi. It makes a really nice texture. Alright, have a good day, Tabby. But yeah, things like tongues, insides of ears. I like to use Mochi there now. I used to use Minky, but Mochi is a lot nicer. No tuck, so I've not jinxed myself yet. pulled that a bit too hard yet. Appliqué basically just means you top stitch something to the outside. So in terms of like quilting, you like say if you wanted to put a horse onto a quilt, you would top stitch that design from the outside. It's the same principle with paws. Usually you do a straight stitch, and then if you want you can do a decorative stitch over the top of the straight stitch, like a satin stitch or a zigzag. The decorative stitch is just purely stylistic, so it's not necessary. Yeah, you apply them on top. So after these are all sewn down, you then cut quite close to the stitching line that you've done, and that's your finished edge basically. You don't need to stuff them either, you can just leave them flat. Because I'm using Mochi, I'm going to stuff them and make them like really chunky. Oh yeah, this is one of the easiest methods to make a paw. You don't need to shave the backing or anything like that to glue paw pads down. You don't need to individually hand sew your paw pads down either, which is what you do for puffy paw pads and silicone paw pads. So one more pad to do, and then we can use, well, I'll be using bandage scissors. There is special applique scissors that you can buy. They've got like a duck built on them. I don't have them, I've just got a pair of bandage scissors, which is the same principle, just mine came in my first aid kit. And then we'll trim all the excess away. Okay, that was the last paw pad. With any luck, no tucks! Yay! Okay, that's nice. So, we can stick the sewing machine away for now. Because now we've got a lot of trimming to do. I'll just get this last knot through. So after we trim the excess material off, we can then trim, well I say trim, after trimming the excess mochi away, we then cut down for the fingers. You don't want to do that before, because you'll stretch these bits out, which can get annoying, and they'll be fiddly, and like, as you can see, like, for me on this particular one, because like I've modified the size of the paw pads to be like much bigger, the paw pads actually run into the seam allowance, so I don't have as much room to sew that down. But yeah, so nice beans there. Right, so bandage scissors. If you're using applique scissors, they'll have a sort of like a flange that comes up, like a semicircle here, where it just protects what you're cutting, the fabric underneath from the fabric on top. This is the same principle with this one, but it's just a different shape. Okay, so So we just start chopping. So you want to leave a wee bit round. You can also go back and trim it shorter later. One thing we will need to do is also pick the fur out of the paw pad, because you can see there's fur stuck in there. We need to remove that. The white is, well, the short fur that I'm using is Big C's Knit Beaver. The long fur is Luxury Shag Ivory. The Big C fur, like all the furs I'm using today, are in ivory. The sky blue colour is Mochi, or in the UK we call it stretch velour. So if you can't find it in your country, it might also be under that name. The nice thing with Mochi as well is you can, because it's stretch, you can stretch it away from the backing and further avoid cutting your fur, which is what you don't want. You can use regular scissors for this, but you just have to be a bit more careful. These are just rough cut just now, because bits like this it's hard for me to get into. Some of these bits, like right in between here, are like these bits here, are gonna actually be in the seam allowance. The velour is spelt this way. My accent's a bit strange, so, but you'll find it under stretch velour and Mochi. If you go to AliExpress, and there's a store called Hoppin, I'll write that down, Hoppn. It might be 1p, but it's one of these. This store on AliExpress, they sell Mochi in about 300 colours. There's actually so many colours available from them. If you're in the UK, you can get it from Neo Trims. They're quite a big store in the UK. They sell it under stretch velour. We had a bunch of makers that were not saying where they were getting their velour or Mochi, and it turns out it was in the UK all along. We just have a different name for it. Yes, it's a lot cheaper. Get samples though. Hopin is reliable, and so is Neo Trims, but if you're going to other stores, I would advise you to get samples, because what you get might not be what I've got. But if you go to Neo Trims or the AliExpress store Hopin, there's also Fursuit Materials. It's either .com or .co.uk. They have a link to places that you can actually get Mochi in various places around the world. I know you can get it in Japan. It's a bit expensive for me to import it from Japan though. I import the stuffing I get from Japan for Mochi at the moment, but Hopin also sell the stuffing. It is important that you're using the right stuffing for Mochi when you are doing Mochi beans as well. Otherwise, you won't get that squish. It is mandatory. Okay, so that's one fully trimmed. So I'm just going back in and trimming these a bit more neater now. You don't want to take it right up to the line without your stitch line, but you want it to be fairly neat. So although this is technically a raw edge, this won't fray, so you don't need to worry about that. Same with Minky. If you're using Minky for this, you don't need to worry about that. Same with vinyl, pleathers, felt. The thing with some vinyls and pleathers is they can break down quite quickly, and pleather especially, the surface finish can kind of peel off, so I don't like to use that. Vinyl, when you're top stitching it, you don't want the top stitching to be really small stitches, because you can actually cause the vinyl to rip off. The seam will act like a perforated edge on, like, say, a box, and it just like unzips. So you can get some really pretty vinyls and really pretty pleathers, but the durability in the long run is not really there. If you are going to use that kind of material, use a marine vinyl. They're a lot stronger. Okay. They also still have the capacity to tear, but less so than craft vinyls. So you get all these really nice shiny and sparkly ones that are iridescent and whatnot, and most of them, if you sew them too tightly together, they'll just rip right off. For those kind of finished fabrics, you don't want to do a satin stitch on them either. A satin stitch or a zigzag over the top. So like, sometimes what people do is after they've done this stitch and they've trimmed the paw pads, they also go over and they do a row of stitching around the paw pad as well to sort of like cover that seam. Well, cover the seam allowance that you've left up. When it comes to pleathers and vinyls, that basically creates one massive weak point. Because you've perforated so many times. It's not a woven fabric either, so it just unzips itself. It's not fun, but it's one of the downsides. I just need to do these. You can see the difference between the rough cut and the finished one. You'll end up with so many tiny bits of snips. So I'm not going to cut into the middle of this one because that's just going to get hidden in the seam. So I don't need to worry about that one, but I will get this outside bit. Need to switch to my other ones. I think the rain's about to let down as well. I've got a storm coming. It's supposed to be raining the next few days. And I'm in a conservatory, so it's possibly going to get quite loud. I can hear a wee bit of it. So I'm not going to do a satin stitch over the top of these. I used to, but it's just decorative, it's just a stylistic choice. Unless you're appliquing something like a cotton, it's not really necessary. And you can do cotton paw pads as well. You get quite a lot of nice prints and quilting cottons. Okay, that's one done. Now to do the second. The one downside about paws is they take forever. So after I've done the other one, I'll go and unpick the fur out of the seams here, as you can see, like these bits. And then I get to cut out the fingers. Okay. So you will have quite a wee bit of wastage with this kind of paw style, but that's just how it is. nudging this camera with my head. I have to stop that. Last one. Okay, is that done? And now we can clear up all this fluff. So if you're feeling brave, you can stuff your paw pads now. I'm not. It just makes it more of a faff later on. So I like to do that at the very end. So I'm going to cut out the rest of these paw pads, or paw pads, these rest of these fingers. I've just got a very small pair of scissors. I'm just going to switch to these ones actually. Do you know what? I'm using my knife instead. Sometimes it's just easier. Okay, so on that middle finger I just cut through both layers. There's a very, very small bit of sewing there. I'm gonna add a pin here just in case. This is going to get sewn into the seam, so it doesn't really matter here. But yeah. So next one. Okay. Now to pick the seams. So I'm going to use a T-pin and just pick the fur out. One of those necessary evils. Some people don't, but I just can't. No, yeah, it's got to be picked. So, I don't know if you can see this, but that's the difference between having the seams picked and having them not picked. So it just makes it easier. Over there. So if I get one of the other paws, I can show you the difference. Between So this is the difference between the actual patterns here. So my beans are bigger on this one, so they should take up more of the fingers. Yeah, that's where it was. That one's not fully done. So if you're lining your paws, you would do that after these bits. These, the top side and the palm side are sewn together. Yeah, these ones I don't know if these ones do actually have it or not. Yeah, these ones do. So there's little wee pillows in the fingers, so that after, when you stick your hand in, they still stay puffy on top. Mine are just a wee bit smaller. I have many of them to sew together today as well. I think for the purpose of the video at the very end, I'll show you guys how to sew one and then steal the ones from that paw pad. And do the rest off camera maybe. We shall see. One thing I don't like is how long it takes to pick all the fibres out. It takes forever. They won't move down, no. The way the fingers are is this bit is larger than where the bottom of the finger is, so it naturally kind of like acts as like a sort of like plug, so they won't come out, and you can take them out so you can wash them as well, which hygiene is very important. Your suit's gonna last longer and smell nicer if you wash it. Especially on the hands, like your hands sweat so much. So you should wash the insides and the outsides. But they dry faster as well if you have removable pillows. Oh, part 2 is going to be the puffy paw pads, not the puffy paws, the puffy paws, which is, grab one, which is this style of paw. So these are made of Minky, and you sew them into this shape, versus this is appliqué. You sew it on top, this stuff gets sewn on the inside. I might have one half finished. Yeah, for the puffy paw pads, they get sewn in like this, whereas the appliqué is much simpler. So part 2 is going to be a different paw type, but still paws. So this part I'll be finishing this style of paw completely. And tomorrow it'll be a different type. It is technically the same base paw pattern. It's just one has appliqué paw pads and the other has puffy paw pads. Coincidentally, they're both blue blue paw pads with white fur. I seem to have an affinity for white paws, blue paw pads. That seems to be a lot of what I'm making at the moment. Blue is quite a popular accent colour though. Okay, I think that's one done. Unless I missed any. Nope, that's one done. But now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to trim the fur short around the tops of these, because most of that's going to get hidden in the seam allowance and I don't want that to stick out. So you wouldn't usually do this, I will say. It's only because my paw pads reach into the seam allowances that I'm doing this. Stop there. So on a regular pair of paws, if it was like say this pair with the actual pattern, don't trim the fur from the fingers on the seam here. For me, this is just going to get trapped. And it's just going to be a faff when I'm sewing these together because the paw pads are bigger on this set. So if I trim it now, I don't need to worry about it later. But you at home, don't do this. This is part of a pre-made. This guy. So his head's done, his tails are sewed, he just needs paws. But it's also as part of the tutorial as well. So his head is this one. Clean him up a wee bit and do a final shave on his face, but yeah, not sure you can see this. He's quite big. But yeah, so he needs some paws. Okay, that's one down. Now to do the other. But you can see what a difference it makes. Okay, I'm actually gonna add some wee tack stitches. There, the row stitching is there, but the seam allowance is not as big as I want there. For where it's actually thingied. This is going to be in the seam, so it doesn't matter. It's just not as much of a seam allowance on there as I would like. If I'm honest, I'm actually surprised I didn't have to do this on the other side too. Because I fully expected to. Okay, time to pick this now. So after this is done, we get to sew the top side of the paw to the palm side. And then technically you have a finished paw. So additional things that I do are things like the wee pillows inside, a cuff on the binding, well, binding on the cuff, I think I'll make the cuff out of Minky as well. This one has a Minky cuff on it. It's just nice wee finishing touches. So I don't think these are going to be finished before 2 o'clock. It's 1:45 right now. So I don't think I'm gonna make that. But that's okay. We'll just keep going till they're done. I'm actually surprised at how fast I am on these just now. But it also feels like I've only been sewing for like half an hour. Nope. We've been here 3 hours. Normally it takes me about 3 days to do a pair of paws, so I'm counting this as quite good time. Granted, I did actually cut everything in advance, so that might have sped things up a little. Still a couple more to do. Thought I was done there. Two more, and then we can sew these bad boys together. Okay. Check that. Now we can chop this up. So we'll say this again, if you're doing this at home, do not cut the fur here. This is only because my paw pads go right into the seam allowance. So I'm cutting down the amount of bulk I'll have under the sewing machine. Now we need to grab the other sides. So take your palm side and your top side, and that needs to, I think that's this one. Yeah. Okay. So this is where it gets a wee bit fiddly, and you will want to do some basting as well. So you can hand sew these, or you can machine sew them together, depending on how confident you're feeling. So, alright. Cut that a bit off. It's a seam allowance that's not going to be sewn. Okay. So match up your notches. If you're going it in the right place. I matched up the wrong notch there. These clips are incredibly useful. If you don't have any, get some. So what I usually like to do is I like to quickly hand baste around the fingers and then machine sew around them. Okay. So again, the gussets line up to the middle of the fingers. So I'm going to do some basting here because it is very fiddly. I'm sure you can imagine it's very hard to get this area under your machine. It's possible, but it is very fiddly. So I'm going to be machining this, but I just need this all to stay in place with all the layers. So machine basting, not machine basting, hand basting, and then machine sewing for me. So from where I've started this tacking stitch, I am just going to start the baste. The whip stitch again. Now the difference between a basting stitch for a whip stitch and a regular whip stitch is just the length of your stitch. For structural sewing, I will make it between 1 and 2 millimeters per stitch. For basting, 3 to 4 millimeters. As you hand sew more often, you'll get a bigger feel for it. So if you're adding a lining in, this is the perfect stage to add that in. The lining for this pattern is just the shape of the palm side. there is a separate one that's been included in the pattern, so you don't need to worry about losing that. So this is just going to keep this in place while I machine this. So it's not fantastic to watch, but it makes things easier when you're at the machine, so that is what we are doing. So if you're sewing the standard pattern, this this stitch can be your final stitch. You won't need to worry about catching your paw pad material into the seam allowance. It's only because mines are bigger that I need to do that. So the only area I am actually basting is from this point to that point, so around there. Well, I should say from here to here. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to save this paw for later, the second one, because it has been over 4 hours now. I can sew that off camera. I think tonight I'm going to go ahead and sew one of the paws for tomorrow. So tomorrow doesn't last 6 hours. think that's one of the local police quad squad. We've got our local area as a squadron of quad bikes. I like to call the quad squad. There's a lot of hills around here, so if the local youth are causing bother, they usually head to the hills. So that's now why we've got a quad squad. So usually when you machine this down, you'll sew it palm side down, but I'm going to be doing this palm side up so I can catch where the paw pads end. I'm not going to catch all of the paw pads in it, but I would like to. I think next time I do this kind of style, I'm just going to make the entire palm out of Minky, not Minky, Mochi, and then stuff the whole thing massive. That would be quite cool, I think. Not sure about the dexterity, but it would look cool. So although this is a basting stitch as well, this is getting left in. last wee bit, and then we can machine this. Okay, that's that pasted in place. So you can kind of see how this is going to form out. I'll do the other one off camera. Okay, right, so starting from the cuff, we're going to go around, all the way around to the cuff on the other side. I'm just back stitching when I get to the next seam. tiny bit. This is also why you usually do it on the palm side. I might have to redo some of this because of how thick this is. Maybe around. Oh no, I didn't twist it. I thought I did. This is also why I tend to hand sew these bits. It can be a bit of a faff getting it under here. Okay, with any luck, I don't need to do anything else. With any luck. Now we need to look at our seams and see if anything twisted. No, it looks like it didn't. I'm just going to turn this the right way around and check it out and see if I caught all the seams. You take care as well, Zenth. Enjoy your meal. The one thing that's really annoying about turning these out the right way is it can be really difficult. It's a wee bit easier on my forefinger one because the fingers are bigger. Oh yeah, looks like I caught most of that one. Just that pesky bum. I think it's because there's long fur in this one too. There we go. Yep. Okay, so I will be stuffing these paw pads. is a different shape than the other ones. Looks like most of it was caught in. That side isn't. But it also isn't on that side, so that matches, that's fine. Okay. So without the finger things, that's what it looks like. There's no stuffing in these yet. My hands are actually quite a bit smaller than these, so. Okay, now to reverse it again. Because I need to stuff these. Or at least cut the slits for the stuffing. This is really fighting me today. You went in there. There you go. Okay. So if you are not closing up the holes, you want to make them at the tip of the finger. If you are closing up the holes, you can do them wherever, usually down the middle. I'm just gonna make a slit. So Mochi stuffing is different from your regular polyflow stuffing in that it's really, really soft. Don't know how they make it, but this stuff is magical. So you want to stuff these. You can feel from the inside how puffy they are. For this anyway. This is going to be difficult to turn out the right way if you stuff these. See the difficulties I had with the thumb? You're going to have that with all of them. So if you are stuffing these, you're gonna want to have some patience when you turn these right side out. I am going to stuff them to the level of the finger if I can, because I want these nice and big. I'm going to regret it, but that's what we're going for today. Alright, when you turn these right side out, you can use a pin to adjust where the stuffing is sitting if you're not happy with it. You might need to do that anyway because of how we turn it inside out. Just feel. Yeah, I'll leave it back up. these shut. I'm going to turn this out the right way after this one to double check if this is the right level of stuffing I want. Now in my other paw pads, the whipped gathered style, there's a gap that you can adjust the stuffing. I don't show that gap, sew that gap shut, and it's on one of these. No, not on that one. Actually, it's on these. So you can stuff the paw pads through this. If you make your Mochi ones like that, you don't need to worry about this. Put more in here though. Now I want a massive pattern pad. Well, as big as this one's going to allow me to have. So I've not stuffed the thumb yet because the thumb is giving me a lot more bother than it usually does. It's normally not that difficult for me to turn a thumb. It's probably because I've altered the paw pad shape. Let's turn this out the right way. See if this is willing to cooperate. On the thumb, come on, you don't want to go in. Thank you. Okay. So these are stuffed now, which is going to make it more difficult. Stuff the thumb one now. So, get the right fingers in. So these are not, we don't have the finger pads in yet, but my hands are too small for these, so I'm not very dexterous. As you can see, they're tiny. Okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you how to sew one of the finger pads. As you can see, that's the difference between this is the normal pattern and this is the modified one that I'm just on today. Okay, so we're going to shove these wee finger pads in here. So you don't need to add a cuff if you don't want to. It's completely optional, but it does make a nice finish. So with the finger pads, if I can get my fingers in here, when the finger pads are in, this is a lot easier for me to actually, because I can slide it down on my fingers. So nice and smushy. So now I'll show you how to sew finger pads. It's really easy. Okay. So we've got two pieces. And got this wee cut out here. We're going to sew this down there. Just a 5mm seam allowance. Okay, so this is where all your padding's gonna go in. You can, if you want, turn it inside out. It does not matter. We're gonna add it on. And I just like to fold that one out and trim it. Seam allowances. So this you're also going to stuff, but you're just going to use regular stuffing because our Mochi stuffing is expensive. And then this around. So also what you want to do here is before you get to the end, you're going to stuff it. We're not going to be hand sewing this shut. This is just going to be nice, quick and easy. Inch before the edge. I'm going to turn my machine off so I don't accidentally sew through my hand. That would not be fun. Just going to grab some regular stuffing. I'll fluff it up a bit. So I'm just going to tie this off. Take this off. Yeah, I did tie that off too. And then we're going to stuff this. If you want, you can turn this inside out and have it without the seam allowances on the outside, but it's fine either way. I usually use an overlocker for this. Actually, grab one out and show you. So I usually overlock the edge, so it's a bigger stitch. It's fine not to. You can also use a zigzag. Fleece doesn't fray, so it's going to be fine. And then we're going to put that back under. And finish this off. And that's one finger pad stuffed and sewn. You just need to make 10 more. No, 9 more. But yeah. The other thing you can do after this is to add a cuff. So just gonna stick that there. You don't need to add a cuff. You can just leave that edge as is. That is fine. But it's nice to add a cuff because look how nice that looks. It's nice and fancy. And you can also add a label in if you want as well. I'm running out of labels, so I'm not going to add one. I am going to do a cuff out of Minky. in this nice lovely glue. So double check which way my edge is, and I need roughly that much. So I use about an inch and a half. I'm gonna go for an inch and a half this time, just in case. You can always cut off extra, but you can't add more on. Well, you can, but you're gonna see it. So this is a heat erasable marker. This will come off in the wash as well. So for this cuff, I'm doing it about an inch and a half, and it's 34.5 millimeters long for how this is. This is probably a wee bit oversized, but that's okay. We can chop it down. Shake off all the excess wee bits. When you cut Minky, you get all these wee fluffy bits. Okay. So I am just gonna start pinning this on. So I like to either line up the edge to here or the middle. Today I'm going to pick the middle of the palm side. So you're going to face this towards the palm, and I'm going to use some pins for this first starting bit. So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to fold this over. This is so I'm not going to have to sew this line here, because this will be folded over. It's going to do a wee bit there. Double check that's the centre. Yeah, something here. Just double check this is enough. Yeah, that's plenty. I'm going to chop this a wee bit off, because I'm going to stagger the edge of this so it isn't like a massive bit of bulk here. When this comes round to the other side, I'm going to have it overlap right here. So I'm going to pin this on. Just pin it round. So this is the same way I do this, even if you've got a lined cuff. If I want to do a contrast cuff, it's going to be done this way. It wants to cooperate. So there's a wee bit of hand sewing here that I do. You don't have to hand sew it, but I like the finish better. So I will be machining this cuff to start with, and then rolling him and filling it by hand. You can, of course, do this all by hand or all by machine. Preference is up to you. I'm however going to add a lot more pins. The more the better. So now that I've come round, just going to cut this a wee bit longer and then add it down. So if I fold this back, you can see the seam allowance on the other side ends a lot sooner than the overlapping side. When this is sewn round, that's going to look like that. There's going to be a small gap there, but that's for, like, say, if you want to add some elastic in, you can. And you don't need to close that either. It's not going to be visible. Nobody's going to be putting their fingers in there. It's fine. So we're going to start this on that join. I need to double check this machine though, because I think there's going to be some skipped stitches. Might need to change my needle. Oh no, it's cooperating again. That's a change. Okay. So you can take your machine apart if possible and stick it on. I don't know if this cuff is wide enough. Nope, it's not wide enough today. So your machine might have a smaller arm here. So what I'm going to do is do this. I'm going to take off a couple of pins and slot my footer under. I'm just doing a 5mm seam allowance. Twist the paw as we go. Just be careful to keep all your clips and pins out of the way, because your machine will shatter them. I've done that before. I've had it caught on here and it went everywhere. Okay, now pull it up and we're going to tuck it on the inside. So we're going to fold it over and then we're going to tuck that edge up. And we're going to stitch this edge down. You can do it by machine if you want. You might want to have a slightly longer seam allowance if you do that. The other thing you can do is to chop away some of this bulk here. And from the inside. Fold it down. And there you go now. Like that. Okay. So fold over. Fold over. Do that around the whole thing and pin it in place. This is called a double rolled hem. But we're binding it, not with bias binding, but you can do. This is just straight grain. If you use bias binding is cut on the bias, so it will stretch. But if you make your own binding, you can get all of the colours you want. Any colour. If it exists in the fabric that you're using, you can get it. This also feels really nice against your skin, as opposed to the backing of the fur. Okay, now we are going to slip stitch this down. A slip stitch is kind of like a stretched out whip stitch, so fairly easy. Just make sure you've got enough for the cuff on your needle. And you want to start where it ends, which is about here. Okay. So, bury your tail under the cuff. Knot it to the fabric, the fur fabric, and then you can go in and start with your stitching. Just going to take a wee bit of the fur fabric and then sink your needle into the Minky. Now if you do this kind of stitch the way I'm doing it on something that isn't Minky or a fabric that has a pile in it, you are going to see your stitches. you'll want to either machine that or choose a different stitch. So you can see I've got a wee bit of the fur and then I've sunk that through both layers of the Minky. And the Minky is going to hide all of these stitches, so you don't need to worry about them. Just make sure you're catching that Minky. And this is not going to show through on the other side either, so you don't need to worry about that if you are concerned. As I said before, you can do this completely by machine. The entire paw. I just do a few bits of hand sewing to make it easier for myself because I don't have a lot of dexterity. Especially when it comes to manoeuvring all these pins underneath my footer. But you can if you want. the end, you knot it. And then bury your thread in the cuff. Okay. So, there we go. So the actual one, the pattern in my Etsy is this one, but you can alter the pads as well if you want something like this. I just made them as big as the lower finger pieces. I think for my next pair I'm just gonna sew the entire palm, just have a line of stitching, and have a massive bean. But yeah, so I shall see you all tomorrow with the other variant, which is this one. So tomorrow I will be making this version. But thanks for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow if you can make it.